Вот про это я говорил. Про работу и качество. Как работает, что проверю. Хотя я и так знаю, как это будет работать. Разработчики, юмористы. Ну, это и правильное решение. Молодцы разработчики, типа, то, что это написали, потому что граф Дракула, он же тоже существует, это доказанный факт. Только где его встретить и найти, хер кто знает. Но доказательства этому главное есть. А верить в это или нет, уж кто как хочет, пусть думает сам. Так и тут. Ну, вот это мне понравилось. Ни одна крыса не пострадала, блядь. Что там, какие-то ингредиенты из крысы или надо крыс будет жрать? Музыка мне нравится, впечатляет. Вампур, ну, такое пойдет название. Я не могу сказать то, что они допустили ошибку. Это, я бы так сказал, изюминка, интрижка, задумка. Ну, с учетом графа Дракулы этого вампира или вампиров в Ведьмаке, где есть отсылка корявая на графа Дракула, это не вампиры, это, ну, мясо обычное. То есть в ровень их не надо ставить, с ними даже не надо сражаться, если у тебя есть на это силы. Они не противники, они не стоят времени. Так же, как и в Ведьмаке вампира. То есть вот это якобы высший вампир, которого по секретному квесту, грубо говоря, можно найти. Вот. Ну, он уж не совсем секретный. Это не высший вампир, это низшая самая каста вампиров-то на самом деле. Этот из дополнения «Кровь и вино» это у нас среднячок такой обычный. То есть, ну, как сказать, вампир, можно сказать, боец, солдат, вот так. В пещере хер, который находится, он смахивает на графа Дракулу, ну, он, можно сказать, что-то типа командира. Но это никак не высший вампир. Я не знаю, чем ведьмаки, ну, разработчики CD Project Red вдохновлялись, и, может, кто-то просто не понял и называет их высшими вампирами, но это не высшие вампиры, это низшая каста. Их нельзя назвать высшими вампирами. Всегда все вовремя. просто позвонили, отвлекли. Ну ладно. Это был важный разговор. Графен мне уже нравится. Вот эта стилистика моя. Ой, кайф. Так и хочется там заночевать и подождать, пока кто-то выползет и захочет тебя сожрать. А ты обломишь это и отправишь его душу на упокоение. Ладно. Как давно это было? Может, видео? Типа не понял. Типа я ничего не понял, нахуй. Это типа выбор сложности или это чё, блядь? А чё тогда все пиздят, типа в Вампире, ну, как бы... Или может это потом добавили, не знаю. Типа выбор зависит. Вот чё все, блядь, типа пиздят про этот... Вариант то, что надо горожан жрать, пожалуйста. Вообще похуй на то, что ты их жрешь. Не обязательно. И лучше не надо, короче, блядь. Хотя наоборот, здесь даже лучше их жрать. Если бы я, блядь, перепроходил бы игру, я бы выбрал изи, конечно. Шучу, ну похуй, не суть важно.
"12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Это типа он историю свою рассказал и мнение о данном времени и своей жизни и мир в нем.
Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet.
Ближе к делу.
Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Опа. Здрасте. Отлично. Это блядь, мразь. И чё ты, блядь, типа сам идти не можешь, нахуй? Ой, блядь, какая маленькая сунса. Ой, какая плавность ты, блядь, игры. О. Чё, пиздить можно? Нет. Хотя похуй. Шуруй давай. Что-то я как-то приближал. Но не суть важно. Правда, что-то на кровь не похоже. Опа.
Thirsty. So thirsty.
Блять, вон вода, нахуй, пей сколько хочешь. Блять, невидимая стенка. Блять, я не хочу. Ну нахуй, это неинтересно, блядь. Пойдем обратно. Чего, блядь? Какого года игра? 2016, блядь? Красота! Я в таком мирке пожил, да в такое время суток. Ах, хорошо. Ну как пожил? Я бы не против туда вернуться. Блять, ну эта игра, ну типа должен быть способ как-то миновать ее убийство. Я знаю то, что он из нее выпьет кровь, блять, баран Али такой вот нехороший. А я хочу что-то попробовать найти. Должен быть, по сути, способ, но, блядь, походу его нет. А может, я просто ступидо, как и все остальные. А это не порядок. Лучше пусть все остальными будут ступидо, нежели я. Вот. Ну ладно, не суть важно, пойдем. В 2020 я начинал прохождение этой игры, но далеко я не продвинулся. Довольно хорошая оптимизация была у игры. Ко всему этому ненавистная читка субтитров, это раздражает. То есть игра должна быть охуенного качества и планка у этой игры, чтобы я в нее играл с субтитрами. Короче, уровень Mass Effect. Но у Вампира такого уровня, к сожалению, нет и не будет никогда. Даже у Ведьмака нет такого уровня. С учетом русской озвучки. И я бы сказал, не обычной озвучки. Ну понятно, он в нормальне, блядь, у него приступ жажды после первоначального укуса. Сейчас мозг не варит, главное напиться. Дальше жажда будет сильнее, но будет разум и возможность ее перебороть. После третьего раза не переборешь. Того еще 2 раза есть. Правда, я бы это проверил, но не буду, потому что разработчики вряд ли настолько продвинутые, что так бы сделали. То есть, если вот ты из сестры кровь выпил, еще 2 раза выпил, потом уже похер, просто при виде жертвы, если там у тебя хп мало или чего, то он бы сам накидывался и пил. А ты бы пытался остановить хотя бы, но ничего бы не получилось или как-то бы получилось. Хотя бы с учетом того перепрохождения с последнего момента у кого-то выпил кровь. Было бы логично, разумно. Некоторых бы это взбесило, но это их не ошибка. Там уже не подкопаешься, то, что так делать не надо было. Это хорошая, это не просто задумка, это и есть истина вампирская, поэтому да. Единственный способ, но я не буду его говорить, как избавиться от жажды и как сделать из вампира практически обычного человека и заставить его мучиться, но и с этим мучений не будет, кому надо тут найдет, хотя вряд ли он это найдет, но не суть важно. Я у него зрение объяснил, да? Словил? Да. Теперь я могу это сделать, интересно. Блять, ничего, все, больше ничего нет. Вибрация, инверсия, автоприцел, напоминание, да, блять, а где скорость камеры? Это типа таргет. Мансить можно, значит, так? А, на нолик. Приемлемо.
This can't be happening. No, please stop. I mean you no harm. Let's pin it down.
Извините.
What's going on?
Хороший вопрос.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Has it fled?
Возьми давай.
Now I can defend myself.
Хорошо. Не понял, как нам перепрыгнуть? Нелогично, но пойдет.
Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Fuck on the beach.
Who are you? Stupid beast! Sorry.
Нахуй ты извиняешься. Он первый напал. Вот, типа, мне кажется, если бы их не убивать, то, блядь, тебе в заднице не было.
No, please, stop! Who are you? There's one of them vermin.
А, у меня стамина нет.
What do you want?
Это глупо, конечно. Добавлять в игру про вампира стамину неразумно. Ошибка. Ну, подлети, сломай башку, сосись, что хочешь сделать. Чё, бля, боёк сломался. По звуку боёк сломался, не патроны кончились. Ебать, проснулся нахуй. Ну, разумно. Так, повышение урона. Мне огонь наносит повышенный урон. Нихуя себе. Нихуя себе, блядь, ты гнида нахуй. Крыс позорный, блядь. А вышибить нет никак, нахуй. Тоже, блядь, не вампир. Перепрыгнуть. Есть кто? Нет, здесь никого нет. Есть здесь кто-нибудь? Что это за место, блядь? Нахуй, задвину-ка я шкафчик.
Place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Я не уверен. А как включить ведьмачье чутье, блядь? А сестра у него...
Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Как, блядь, включить это чутье, бля? О, мое нахуй. Тоже мое.
I had better remain here until nightfall.
Ты, блядь, меня учить будешь, нахуй? Я сам знаю, что лучше, блядь. Ты кровосися обычная, блядь. Завсегда мое. Бля, что-то жрать захотелось.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is.
We fancy it to share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
Заебись.
That's impossible.
А какого хера эти часы здесь делают? Или они их сюда загнали, или пришли и убили? Кровосись, у тебя хорошие часы, я смотрю, ты, блядь, перспективный доктор, блядь. Моё нахуй.
Who goes there?
Кто это? Кто это?
Who's there? Are you referring to me?
Что-то он его как-то кусил не туда, нахуй.
No!
Нет, нет, я так, нет.
I still have so much to accomplish.
Просто кусок мяса, который не смог дать отпора. Зачем такие живут на свете? Несправедливость. Несправедливость. Хотя в некоторых ситуациях лучше не действовать, чтобы получить в дальнейшем полную власть. Что это? Бля, бегает он пиздец, конечно. Мансить так будет хорошо. Блять. Я не понял, он что, знает, кто это или что? Опа-на.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
No, it never got easy.
Вы что, ёбнулись? Вы что, хотите сказать, что это правда все читать буду? Я на ебанутого похож?
None of it. No sense at all.
Нахер тебе что-то понимать?
It's a nightmare.
Радуйся тому, что у тебя есть. Ну, хотя ты еще не понимаешь, что ты получил. На-на-на, на-на-на.
So be it.
Неразумно.
Rational thinking only.
Ну что, блядь, сам не можешь, что ли? Ну, помочь надо. Что сам-то он не может? Я тебе говорю, ты что не можешь сам? Ну-ка, давай. Правда сам не можешь? Не можешь, не можешь, не можешь, не можешь, не можешь, не можешь. Я тебе помогу. Vampyr.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
А в кровати где?
As it is, as mad as the moon, contains blood inside, glowing.
Во что? У меня есть опыт? Да, есть опыт. Что такое нахуй? Исцеление от чего? Не интересуюсь. Ладно, выбора у меня нет. А я смотрю, опыт-то у меня дохуя. У меня же есть. Почему это я не могу прокачать? Двести, 250. Вот все. Не хватает. Так. Нихуя себе, блядь. Что-то у меня уже опыт не остался. Почем? Это типа на халяву дают прокачать, да? Это что? Кровавое копье. Блять, хорошая способность мне подойдет. А, ну да, хуй там плавал, я понял. Сука, хитрые разработчики. А, можно прокачать типа на халяву. Такой, хуй. Да. Ахуй-то. Ай, хуйте. Чукупай. Ой, кровосиси револьвер забери.
Voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Что, в таком виде?
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here!
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come on, you coward! Clever fucking beasts!
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right. It's locked. It's locked, all right. I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Over there! There's one of them vermin! Die, vermin!
strength I never knew I had.
This one stinks already.
Это мне нравится. Осталось есть какой-нибудь?
Crush the leech, boys!
Ну как это работает, блядь? Я в глушу, типа, а ни хера.
I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
Want some of this?
Я же под него подлетел. Не понимаю что-то. Я думал, это оглушение работает всегда и вся. Ну да, не суть важно. Знаю то, что нет. Продуманная игра.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
А, все, понял.
Shit, that leech is fast!
My sinew, every fiber of my being is afire.
Хорошо.
I feel like a child learning the limits of my body. My strength, my reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Сила? Какая сила? Ты что, ёбнул? Если бы у тебя была сила такая, как должна быть, они бы умерли за долю секунды. Доля секунды. Пока твоя сила — это я. и рефлексы мои. Бля, мне нравится вот эта штука, топчик. А стелса в игре, я так понял, нет. Это очень плохо.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Я сочувствую тебе.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this. I cannot enter. It's locked. The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it. It's locked, all right. I cannot enter.
Я не люблю, когда меня ограничивают. Пока мне нравится, еще была, блять, она на русском, вообще 10 из 10.
This is despicable.
Я думал, я опыт буду получать.
What will London have to say to me? It's locked, all right. I've so many questions unanswered. Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood. but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong. This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked, all right. There is no one in sight. It's locked. No one's there. There's nobody here. At last, a little life.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
Whoever he may be, the killer recently entered this bar. Maybe some of the locals saw him.
I hope I live long enough to see them Red Boot boys get what's coming to them. There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this.
Говорите, я вас слушаю.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can. Jack. He didn't deserve this. I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area,
They do not pursue me.
but they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Do you, sir? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire! Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself!
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You can't be serious. I'm not a... No. I can't be a vampire.
Sir, believe me, this is very real. You are a vampire.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I am performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
And what exactly is this brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
And what exactly is this brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We are both chasing the same shadow.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Это все, что ты хотел мне
I'm
сказать?
certain we shall meet again. Please, leave me alone.
Я тебя забыл спросить, кусок мяса. Можно его сожрать? Он мне не нравится. Я хочу сожрать его. Но мне не нравится. Какой-то служитель церкви. Это не есть хорошо. Такие, как правило, таким, как... Неважно. Сунут в бочину в последний момент. Среди них есть исключительные только.
I cannot enter.
Почему меня ограничивают в моих телепортациях?
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Пообщаемся.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
What's going on?
You must be new here.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Sir, can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not
Его кожа,
contagious.
его руки, заебись, блядь.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. But my God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
I think I'm losing my
It's a
mind.
good thing you cannot see me now,
I
Mum.
should just run as far away from this place as I can.
It's locked.
Can I have some privacy, please?
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant. It's locked, all right. According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail. Where has everyone gone? It's locked. I cannot enter. It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
You're still ugly as sin.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the...
This isn't...
I don't know, and
I'll leave you to your bottle, then.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Are they stupid?
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city. The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Over there! There's one of them vermin! Never know McCullum to be wrong about him. Right. No time I can remember. But I've only been part of the guard 3 weeks to the day. All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've got one job, and that's to find it. And find it fast. Fair enough, Tom. But why do they hide when it's so damn cold?
Да ебать, ударь ты его, олень ты тупорылый. Блять, чё за боевка ёбнутая, блять? Я жму бить нахуй, тут просто стоит дрочит, блять. А, блять, может стамина потому что? Блять, что-то и забыл. Ну просто как-то... О, вампира-то, блять. Не суть важно. И почему я его не убил, типа? Непонятный какой-то стелс, ну да ладно.
in here.
Watch out!
Shit! You'll pay for that!
Блять, я понял, что патроны, а как их использовать?
I cannot enter.
Да, блять, чё все заперто, на?
It's locked.
Ну типа я, блядь, жму стрелку вниз и чё, блядь, ничего не происходит. Допустим. Да. Как поставить пистолет? Или я только во время боя могу типа менять? Непонятно нихуя. Ну ладно.
I cannot enter.
Блять, я не удивлен.
It's locked, all right.
We won't see any of these bastards back here again.
Stay close, keep an eye on each other.
We won't see any of these bastards back here again.
That's this nest of them cleaned out.
Я не понимаю, блядь, зачем мне оружие, если я не могу его использовать? Как его поставить?
There's one of them! Watch yourselves! Filthy piece of shit! He's done for! There's safer places to be than here. Over there! There's one of them drowning!
I cannot enter. It's locked. Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
А, во, блядь.
It's locked, all right. This place reeks of bloodshed.
I can never harm you, Mr. Hampton. You're my only friend.
I know you're hard, William. Alas, you must give me permission to leave. I'll not betray your trust.
It's this first, you see. I need a drink. I'm so thirsty, William.
As one, we shall overcome
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Ты баран, ебать, блядь, без стамина, оленину нахуй. А, то есть у меня это хп отнимает.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Сучка, блядь. Тут
By
что-то...
George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Отлично. Пора мне перекусить немножечко. Сейчас приду. Я пошарюсь. Только сначала... Хорошо. Но для вампира кровь вкуснее все равно. Боевка такая вся, детская. Однотип разнообразий. То есть нет разнообразия. Маловато, но вкусновато сейчас. Чики-чики-пум-пам-пам.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Кровосисью. Ты чё, блядь? Здесь что, правда, залутать нечего? Так, что-то есть. Но я могу сказать, что этого мало. Куда эта сучка переместилась? Ладно.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood. It's locked. I cannot enter.
Да, мне это не нравится. Не могу пойти туда, не могу зайти туда.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Почему мне выбора не дали?
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. I'm coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Да отпусти, блядь. Вцепился ты, сука.
It's locked.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Mr. Hampton needs me right now.
Come on, you boss! You can do better than that! Now, it's my turn!
А я могу, сука, быстрее двигаться?
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Bastard, get me. Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
Alright, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
him the dance of life and death.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Did I black out?
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
It's locked, all right. I cannot enter.
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett's, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Tell me more.
Nurse,
you really...
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's not exactly the best situation in London either. I can't have expected this hospital to be prepared for what was to come.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Swansea asked me to collect you, Dr. Reed. Hurry up! Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide-and-seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
The Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know. I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
Ну пока хуже чумы еще ничего нету.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
So many deaths. A lot of my own lot. Time has lost its effect on me. But the suffering continues.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
It seems you have bad memories of your military
military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon. And it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative. It is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Блять.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me,
In the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
I have other concerns right now, Doctor. But I'm fine, thank you.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Coswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured, you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Coswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
I will see you later. I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Is there anything else that's Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Come now, we can handle this.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed. I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
I'll give you some advice, but understand that nothing beats practical experience, which can be exhausting and solitary work.
Of course, sir. And don't worry, I will never allow myself to be a burden, neither to you nor this hospital.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Down, my boy.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from...
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
The staff here are not...
I'm not speaking of the doctors in...
I see. Don't worry.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
Есть возможность сделать вампиром? Я сделаю ее вампиршей, блядь. Нихуя себе, опыт срубил просто пиздя. Это мне нравится, нахуй. И послушать некоторых интересно. Так, налево. И получается вот мой офис.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin. The flower's dying. It needs water. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Такой себе кабинетик.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Not now.
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really. But I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke. Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton?
Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Зачем ему кровь переливать, баран, блядь? Разработчики писали то, что медицина, все такое, но потраченную кровь очень легко восстанавливать, причем она будет очищена.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place, and he refused to let me go.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
You dared...
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
You dared to enter this...
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Нихуя себе ебичка, блядь.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Daily routine.
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
It's locked.
Nowadays.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
Ну, теперь я точно со всеми потрепался. Пора и на себя поработать.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now. If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood? Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
И пиздец, блядь.
It's locked, all right.
А где этот водитель? Ладно, хуй с ним, потом найду.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Как парировать, я не понял нихуя. Да! Ебаная стамина, блядь, пиздец. Чё она кончается так быстро? Как парировать? Я нихуя не понял. Они, типа, написано было на треугольник. Что, блядь, нахуй? Я жму на треугольник, он просто, типа, выбивает. Дичь. Это, блядь, коса слишком дохуя сжирает.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
I will see you later. Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. It still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favor.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Охуевшая игра, я смотрю, пиздец. Что это за соус-лайк, блять? Я его бил нахуй, он мне раньше въебал. Тупость нахуй, я не понимаю, как парировать, блять. Найс нахуй, просто я могу сказать то, что это охуительный противник, то есть он парирует меня и бьет меня нахуй, а если я попытаюсь его въебать, будет вот это, я проебу. Понятно, хорошо. Значит, парировать надо в последний момент атаки, я понял. Причем вроде бы любой. Это хорошо. А, нахуй, стамина, блядь, кончилась. Пиздец, нахуй, она не быстро ли кончается? И что, с этого бомжа даже ничего не выпало? Паскуда. Да! Я ж нажал! смысла в воротах. Три 3000 опыта. Можно стать бякой кровососной.
It's locked.
Тормознутая игра, этим она мне пока не нравится. Блять, не то нажал. Да, тормознутая игра, этим мне она не нравится. То есть стамина кончается не по правилам, слишком быстро я не могу. То есть, блять, ты играешь за вампира и ты должен, как сказать, не атаковать, а стоять. И это с учетом то, что противник твой бомж поганый. Неприемлемо, неприемлемо. Ну, я не понимаю, как это блядское парирование работает. Тупость ебаная. Я ждал, пока он в последний момент мне уже въебет. Нет. Подождал, то есть сразу нажал. Нет. Еще чутка подождал. Нет. Сука, бесит нахуй. Да, и почему у меня во второй руке какая-то, то есть коса-коса. Ну, я хочу поставить. Чё за, блядь? Чё за, блядь, рафлян, я не понимаю. Как нахуй выкинуть вот это? Мне не нужна информация. Изменить нахуй. Не могу, не могу. Поставить не могу. Непонятно, эта хуйня расходует 2 ячейки, что ли, или как? Я, конечно, блядь, кажется, понял. Я ничего не имею против вот этой хуетрыльки, блядь. Но она занимает, нахуй, 2 ячейки, блядь. Пошла бы она нахуй. И у нее медленная атака. Блядь. Мне так резоннее, блядь. Блядь, что-то я не понимаю, как это работает. Так, значит, здесь тогда вот... Нет. Подожди, блядь. Так, сюда, тебя. Сюда. Тупость какая-то. А. Вот. Нахуй я эту, блядь, дичь прокачал. Да, блядь, я бил! Вот, сука, гнида, блядь. Нихуя у них там здоровье восстанавливается за мой отсос. Но опять я ударил, блядь! А, или я не могу теперь парировать? Нет, могу. Да. Так, с этими бомжами попроще. А то с этой хуйней вообще никак не ахти. Сразу стали бомжи, нахуй, низшего уровня, хотя выше меня, блядь. Можешь стать хуёвым вампиром, а? Точнее, настоящим вампиром, пойти всех выпить, нахуй. На этой локации, скажем. Чего, блядь? А, то есть здесь... Этим я, может, потом займусь. Блять, ну вот с этой пилой я бегать не хочу, она мне нихуя не нравится. Есть какое-нибудь оружие, по, ну там, типа, катана какая-нибудь, меч, блять, нож какой-нибудь. Я за убийство 3 хуесосов, которые выше меня по рангу, я ебал насколько, нихуя не получил. Я не понимаю, а в чем прикол разработчиков? Типа, ну ясен хуй, что игроку будет проще пойти выпить чувака, за которого дадут 3000. Ну, потому что он недалекий, блядь, как скажем. С другой стороны, в какой-то мере это правильно. А это точно морг? Это какой-то участок больницы. Почему-то заброшенный. Я так понял, опасаться здесь нечего. На меня никто не нападет, хотя они должны меня слышать. Это что, блядь, будет теперь при каждом открытии двери? Типа это шутка такая, нахуй. Зато я теперь туда могу зайти. Ну что за бред, нахуй? Почему какие-то загрузки? Он что, просто дверь не может открыть? И зайти. Я как будто, блядь, на другую локацию, нахуй, перемещаюсь. Неужели для вампира здесь ничего нету? Не, смотри, что-то есть. Зачем разработчики сделали вот эти звуки? Типа, для чего? Я же вижу, блядь, что здесь никого нет, а звук такое чувство, как будто, блядь, какой-то хуйло за углом стоит и сейчас напрыгнет, блядь. Неприемлемо. Так не надо делать. Заради чего ты сопротивляешься, нежели... Зачем ты сопротивляешься? Отброс. Ты не вампир.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
Первоисточники конченые. Начальная стадия. Кровосиси, блядь. Самая ёбнутая. Ну, мужика не жалко. Если эти людишки не могут справиться вот с таким, то что они будут делать вот против этого, блядь? Этот в разы сильнее, даже не в разы, а в сотни раз, блядь, сильнее вот этих бомжей. Единственное их преимущество это потому, что они новорожденные, блядь. Хотя как разработчики это передали, непонятно.
It's locked, all right.
Да, я, блядь, почему-то не удивлен. Все закрыто, блядь, никуда попасть не могу. А потом хуяк это все откроется, да? И придется бегать. Угу. Действительно, просто так в подвал я попасть не могу, да. Что-то я уж сомневаюсь, что я за вампира играю, как бы. Не понял. Надо было качать что-то из этого списка. Да я же отбил. Только не умри. Меня это раздражает, нахуй. Блять, я уклоняюсь, он бьет в промах и попадает. А, это залупа хп восстановила. Ну почему я не могу отбить, блядь? Из-за того, что у меня кол в руке или что, блядь, что за бред? О, я могу влезть. Это хорошо. Нравится, сука? На еще гандонище тупорылая, блядь. На что ты рассчитываешь? Почему я не могу камерой вертеть в этот момент, блядь? Мне посрать, что я неуязвим, но мне не нравится то, что моя спина не под контролем моим. Прощайся, жизнь.
I cannot enter.
И откуда эта хероёбина вылезла? Будешь драться со мной, нет?
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But They do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Я надеюсь, что я сейчас тут нахуй нафармлюсь ингредиентами и смогу изготовить дохуя всего и найти хотя бы какое-нибудь более-менее приличное оружие. Ну уж шпагу хотя бы какую-нибудь, что-то в этом роде. На катану не рассчитываю, хотя почему бы и нет. Ну меч там, блядь, что-нибудь такое интересное. Ну никак нахуй не пилу. Ну, бля, я не удивлен. Откуда он взялся? А что это было?
These scowls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Охуеть, дерзость какая. Я ему вышиб нахуй стамину, а он все стоял. Это все бомжи? Что-то мне опыт еще есть. Что-то мне опыта не капает за ихнюю ликвидацию. То есть почему хер, который будет играть на маленьком уровне сложности, будет, сука, получать больше опыта, чем я, сука, скилловый чел, блядь? Это почему, блядь? Не надо так делать игры, это неприемлемо, нахуй. Хотя, с другой стороны, приемлемо, особенно если в этой игре будет состоять какая-нибудь онлайн-составляющая, потому что там он будет получать пизды по полной программе. И это, я считаю, не то что справедливо, а так и должно быть, нахуй. Что это? Поглощать кровь.
It's locked.
Да нахуй, я понял, ящик тоже закрыт, нахуй.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
А ты помедленнее, блядь, пиздить не можешь, олень, нахуй? И почему я вижу отражение в зеркале, нахуй? Где мне ключ найти? Бля, вряд ли французы знают побольше меня о вампирах, нахуй. В чем фокус? Ага. А чё эта херня-то мне дает? Ну вот, допустим, она хп не восстанавливать будет. То ли да, то ли нет, непонятно нихуя. Блять, я нихуя не понял. Он в принципе должен был быть в станлоке, нахуй, от таких, ну, от таких скоростей, блять. Но почему-то я в станлоке, блядь. Ну, в принципе, у моего персонажа, блядь, явно нахуй. Он какой-то не вампир, он, блядь, лох какой-то, блядь, позорный. А, сохранилось. Нихуя себе магнитики. Блять, они меня еще стопят в телепорт, ебать! Нажал хп, блять, восстановить, он на меня, сука, налетел, нахуй, сожрал. Охуеть, блять, в телепорт стопят! Блять, как это нахуй? Как, бля, бесит нахуй такие игры. То есть, блять, они даже не понимают, для чего вот это. Это не для красоты, сука, сделано, блять. Вот эти вот мувы, нахуй, с ветром, блять, с туманчиком, это, блять, ну не для красоты сделано, нахуй. Я благодаря этой хуйне через стены должен вообще-то проходить, если что, разработчики. Это вам так на секундочку, на заметочку, дебилы, блять, чтобы вы понимали, как это работает. Олены, блядь. Бля, если бы я делал игру, нахуй, она б стоила дохуя, ну, она бы и оправдывала бы ожидания. В ней бы было все. Но вот он не мог меня ударить, он мне въебенил, нахуй. Пиздец, вампир нахуй пилой сражается. Я в ахуе просто. Это гениальная идея, нахуй. Блять, меня раздражают эти звуки, то, что ко мне кто... Ну, кажется, то, что, блядь, даже не кажется, а по звуку ты понимаешь, что сзади кто-то подбирается. Нахуй вы это сделали, если нет противника? Зачем, блядь, для чего? Так, да, я хочу еще кое-что сделать. Где это, блядь? Я нихуя не понял, что это за говно, нахуй. Поглощение крови. Что-то нихуя этого не заметил, нахуй. Вот это гораздо эффективнее, лучше. Нахуй я уклоняюсь, блядь, он бьет. Ты мне отдашь все, блядь. Да что за пиздец? А, стамина ебать кончилась. Блядь, стамины нет, нахуй, олени игру делали, пиздец. Да заебал, почему он меня бьет, когда должен пизды получать? Это хорошо, что ты ХП восстановил. Давай поиграем в эту игру. Я люблю тянуть время. Ты для меня восстанавливаешь что-то? Не для себя. А, стамина, блядь, кончилась. Спасибо большое. Почему я не получаю опыта за это? Только не умри, я тебя прошу. Падла, блядь. Бесполезный, даже сдох. 3 опыта. И еще 3 единицы опыта вроде бы. Противник выше меня по уровню, я ебал насколько. Нелогично. Недопустимо. Но с учетом того, что противник нихуя не может, ладно, пойдет.
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. Tippett has made an egregious error.
Ошибку совершил. Можно его сожрать, нахуй он нужен, раз он ошибки совершает. Паскуда. Ну вам меня не победить, ребята. Вы слишком медленные для меня. Он не должен был попасть. Охуенно, блядь, в дымку попал, в дочь, короче, меня убил. Да. Я нихуя не понимаю, то есть я с колом могу парировать или я не могу парировать с колом? Этот факт, блядь, сука, мне не дает покоя, нахуй, потому что я там мог дохуя раз их запарировать. Как эта скотина смела меня атаковать, когда пиздил его я? Его задача получать по ебалу. Плохо разработчики игру сделали, очень плохо. Это неприемлемо, нахуй. Два даджа он допрыгивает. Это чувство, когда ебланы делают игру. Что-то слишком дохуя требует. Так, здесь вывод... А, да, подожди, осталось?
Tippett has made an egregious error.
Все осталось. Да что, блядь? Тупая хуйня, блядь, он увернулся, сука, что, блядь? Чё вообще охуели? Блядь, да тупорылая игра, нахуй. Как же он, блядь, ёбаный рот, он не может ударить, нахуй. Его скорость я ебал, блядь, быстрее пули. Он не может ударить, блядь, быстрее какого-то бомжа, блядь. И ебать стамину у вампира кончается. Вы, блядь, ебанутые нахуй, что ли? Я не понимаю. Это не человек, блядь. Да ты заебал, блядь, тупая хуйня. Хули он попадает по мне, блядь. Смотри, только не сдохни, баран, блядь. Ну тупая игра, нахуй, тупая, блядь. Блядь, тупая хуйня, просто тупейшая, блядь. Да, блядь, он сдох. Что такое, не нравится, блядь? Да что, блядь, в уворот? Да идите нахуй, вы заебали, блядь. Да, в уворот, опять же. В уворот. Блядь, какого хуя? Блять, ну как можно делать вот игры? Я не понимаю, нахуй. Я каждый раз в какой-то игре вижу дерьмо. Я не бомблю из-за того, что я проебываю. Нет, не из-за этого. Я знаю как и что работает, сука. Тем более с точки зрения боя. Да еще и рукопашного, блять. Че за дебилы делали игру? С учетом кого в расчет берут. Против него дерутся какие-то отбросы, бомжи ебаные, которым достаточно щелбана. Он даст, вот такой вампир даст такому уебану щелбан, блять, у него от башки нахуй ничего не останется. То есть будет бить в лоб, у него палец прошибет этот лоб, как ножом прорежет сыр, масло, блять. Нож прорежет сыр и масло, нахуй. Ёбаный рот, что, блять, это за пиздец? Нахуя ему оружие, блять, он подойдет, просто голыми руками порвет его. Они медленнее его, они для него, я не знаю, как, блять... Для ящерицы черепаха, нахуй. Такое сравнение устроит, блядь. Тупорылая игра. Я не совершаю ошибок. Я понимаю, что будет, если противник попытается вот так налететь в реальном бою, нахуй. Когда его будут бить колом в сторону груди, нахуй. Ему пизда сразу. Он уже не жилец, нахуй. Эта игра мне хочет сказать то, что он на меня все равно нахуй набрасывается. Ну, блядь, она меня за дебила держит. Он там встанет нахуй, а двигает мне въебало, блядь. Блять, эта игра, блять, просто нахуй, она издевается, нахуй. Она меня за еблана держит, блять. Он в ебло, блять, получает, нахуй. Что это, нахуй? Во-первых, я тогда ударил, тут же начал уворачиваться, он мне въебал. Потом, нахуй, я вот сейчас начал тоже 2 раза я нажал вместо одного. Тогда я 1 раз ровно нажал, он по мне попал, нахуй. Сейчас я 2 раза нажал, он мне въебал в уворот, нахуй. В уклонение, в которое нельзя попасть, нельзя. Какие нахуй насекомые делали эту игру? Можно нахуй с рынка убрать вообще разработчиков, которые из Франции. Они нихуя не умеют делать. Игры это не ихнее, нахуй. Ну, блядь, ты заебешь, нахуй. Ты рофлишь, блядь, бомж ты ебаный. Во, теперь нормально, как положено, нахуй. Он, блядь, бьет быстрее меня. Ну что за пиздец? Блядь, он напрыгивает, сука, специально, блядь, когда у меня нет стамины, нихуя, паскуда ебаная, блядь. А, нахуй стамины, блядь, нет, заебись. Блядь, ну какой мудак делал эту игру, нахуй стамины нет, блядь, он попадает, блядь. С учетом того, что я ее рассчитываю, как, нахуй, можно сделать игру, если я уже понял, как она, сука, работает, она у меня, блядь, кончилась, нахуй. Ты чё, блядь, я разработчики, нахуй вы держите меня за дебила? Гондоны тупорылые. Использованные, нахуй, причем по полной программе, блядь. Я опять, нахуй, делаю дочь. У ворот, нахуй. Он меня опять попадает. Я испарился, но уже поебало получил. Блять, что за дегенераты, сука, делают игры? Я говорю, французов нельзя подпускать к разработке игр, нахуй. Особенно про вампиров я заметил, нахуй. Игра и так шок, нахуй. Они ее еще и так добили, блядь. Он не должен попасть, он попал, нахуй. Нахуй я отхожу, для красоты, наверное. А, бля, парировать по... О, да, точно, я сейчас выясню, я могу парировать или нет, нахуй. Если я не могу парировать скалом, ну, бля, ебланы точно игру делали. Причем не обычные, нахуй, а совершенные. Мне вообще порой кажется то, что вот эту игру делала, нахуй, компания Ubisoft тоже, блядь, только они это... Под прикрытием делали вампира, нахуй. Вампура, во. Чтоб никто не догадался. Походу не могу. Сейчас колу уберу, попробую без него. Ну действительно, они хоть пишут, вас уничтожили, а не убили. В этом они не совершили ошибку, это правильно, нахуй. Блять, для подтверждения нахуй того, то, что я знаю больше них, это вот то, что я сейчас сказал. Просто. Это я разъебал по фактам, как говорится. На нахуй пенделя, блять, сюда. Ты не сдох? Ебанутая игра, нахуй. А это называется издевательство, нахуй. Бля, я потрачу на тебя время, мне похуй. Я верну свое. Пусть это мне стоит времени, нахуй. Гейм овер, родной, гейм овер. Каким, блядь, падла ты образом в меня попал, нахуй? А я в него не попадаю, блядь. Я стрелял в него, ёбаный рот, блядь! Да. В додж. В додж. Нахуй в додж. Заебись игра. Заебись. Стамины нахуй не хватает, блядь, против одного драться, а тут двоих подкинуло. Заебись. И эти гондоны, блядь, испаряются, нахуй. Заебут. Ну, блядь, ущербы. Сейчас я вам ебало начищу, нахуй. Тупая игра, нахуй. Патронов нет уже, блядь. Заебись, нахуй. Олени игру делали. Я, блядь, зашел туда, когда были патроны. Следовательно, они... Ой, блядь, тупорылая хуета, нахуй. Тупые ебланы делали эту игру, нахуй. Просто конченые, сука, дегенераты, блядь. Повесить их нахуй, пиздец просто, блядь. Дегенераты, нахуй, сука, наивысшего разряда, блядь. Невъебические дегенераты, блядь. Да, он не попадает нахуй по лежачему, действительно. Нахуй, я, блядь, уклоняюсь, он просто берет и попадает в меня, блядь. А куда нахуй мой хил подевался, блядь? Да я ебал рот, нахуй. Он, блядь, вылетел там, нахуй. Бьет мимо, нахуй, и каким-то чудом появляется другой с другой стороны и бьет мне, блядь. Ёбнутая игра, блядь. Блядь, сам факт того, что, блядь, в игре про вампира стамина, блядь, присутствует, это уже дебилизм, нахуй. Попахивает маразмом, блядь. Сука, за вампира ты, блядь, играешь? У тебя стамина, блядь. Чего, нахуй? И как мне понять, сколько вот у меня этой хуйни? Вот как мне понять? Геморройная хуета. Почему просто ее убрать нельзя, нахуй? Охуя ты сюда пришел? Ну, блядь, пидорская игра. Осуждаю. Да, ебанутая хуета просто, блядь. Ой, бля! Ой, бля! Ебаланы делали игру. Это если что, не я нажимал, чтобы его снова в таргет взять. Это сама игра нахуй сбросила, блядь, с него таргет. И потом, блядь, он автоматически на него снова навелся. Ну, ебанутая игра, что могу сказать. Это не я нажимал, я просто специально в стену бил. Я понимал, нахуй, я среагировал, блядь, мне было вообще похуй. Чтобы еще раз обосрать эту хуйню и ебаных разработчиков, блядь. Долбоебы тупорылые, нахуй. Ебланы, блядь, ну ебланы, блядь, наивысшего разряда, нахуй. Высший сорт, нахуй, как говорится. Да мне похуй, я на тебя даже не смотрю, Ален, ты тупорылый, блядь. Я, блядь, наслепую по звуку, нахуй, тебя отхуярю. Заебало это, блядь, стамина ебучая кончаться, нахуй. Тупая игра, нахуй, я ничего не могу более сказать, нахуй, тупорылая, блядь. Эта сучара просто не дает ударить. А тут стамина у меня, ну, под конец все нахуй. Он сразу прыгает, блядь. Гениально, нахуй, вот просто гениально, блядь. Сука, ебанутые олени делали игру, блядь, пиздец. Ну просто конченые, нахуй. Бля, я не понимаю, в чем фишка, нахуй, вот этого. То есть мне достаточно 3 раза вкачать стамину, и все, меня уже никто не сможет убить, нахуй. Ебанутые, бля, ебанашки делали игру, нахуй. Долбоебы, нахуй, наивысшего разряда, нахуй. Тупая игра, нахуй. Блять, стамина кончается, нахуй, за каждый, блядь, вздох, ёбаный рот. Эта тварь еще промахиваться, блядь, смеет! Как это, блядь, вообще? Блять, ебаные гении, сука, вы не умеете делать игры. Нахуя вы смотрите на Souls-like, если вы нихуя даже стамину проработать не можете, придоры, блядь. Я сказал придоры, блядь. Хотя похуй, если что, осуждаю. Да, мне похуй вообще, типа, блядь. Тоже долбоёбы, нахуй. Ну ворот, нахуй.
These scowls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Кандидат есть, блядь?
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Ёбнул босса, опыта не получил нихуя. Есть какие-нибудь преступники, блядь, я не знаю, тут. Ну вот конченые, кто достоин смерти. Интересно, можно как-то понять, насколько я зачистил локацию? Ничего то, что он сдохнуть должен. Найс, нахуй, в ворот. Просто взял чел, нахуй, в ворот попадает, блядь. Бомж тупорылый. Заебал, нахуй, в удар попал. Блять, тупая игра, нахуй, я вижу удар, делаю дочь, попадает, похуй, мороз. Ай, блять, тупость ебучая, блять. Конечно, тупая хуета, ну, блять. Ой. Патроны вернули, то счастье, нахуй. Я не мог увернуться. Я просто не мог увернуться, нахуй. Я жал, но я не уворачивался, нахуй. Он не отлетал. Великолепно, нахуй. Великолепно, блядь. Шедевральная игра. Как же горит жопа, нахуй. Ты, блядь, это... Я не знаю, как это объяснить, нахуй. Ты заходишь в какую-то говенную игру, ты понимаешь, что здесь ты не можешь проиграть, блядь, ни разу, и начинается какая-то дичь, нахуй. И это бесит, блядь. Это факт того, что игра сделана, блядь, какими-то долбоёбами. Ну, блядь, вот ну долбоёбы делали игру, нахуй. Ну вот конченые, блядь, олени, нахуй. Нахуй эта способность нужна, если ей можно промахнуться? Да подойди, блядь! Не, ну это тупорылая игра или нет, нахуй? Я увернулся, блядь, он меня схватил. Он что, сука, я рофлит нахуй или издевается просто надо мной? Бля, еще я олень. А, ну заебись, в отходку. Я нихуя не понял, это кто такие вообще нахуй? Написано стражники, блядь. Какого хуя они на меня напали, блядь? Ой. Я нихуя не понимаю, как мир в вампире генерируется, блядь.
It's locked, all right.
Я не удивлен, блядь. Сука, я даже у себя в офисе не могу перемещаться, как я хочу, вот, сука.
I cannot enter. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening,
Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, Nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Nice, sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I never could keep anything from her.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
As for me, what a blundering idiot. So many deaths.
I'm not really sure we're making a difference. I will not let you down, my boy.
Это же не он оперировал.
I'm so tired.
Или он?
Good evening, Dr. Strickland. And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. It's locked. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, Nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
How long have you been a nurse?
Or long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Так я с ней разговаривал, блядь.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, Blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippets. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
Why does Dr. Tippets claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippets does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Tell me what Dr. Tippets did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippets would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippets in our situation?
To clear Dr. Tippets' name must be the decision of Dr. Swansea. You can't take matters into your own hands.
I respect Dr. Swansea's authority and management, but he's no idea what happens here on a daily basis. I did what I had to do.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything. And it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I'll bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Так, побудь тут, пока я еще приду.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet, with all the money, and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin color that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples, just like you, come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
It's locked, all right. Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
А не дороговато ли у него товары стоят?
It's locked.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellie. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Good evening, sir. Doctor. I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
Thank you, Dr. Reed, but you've done enough already. The rest is up to me now.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Reads me like a book.
Hey, Doc.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
I will see you later. I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
When I get back, I'll have a word with Tom. He's really pissed me off.
Disgust on every street corner.
It's locked, all right.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
Секунду.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
Бля, вот, типа, сюжет, разговор, все это продумано, пиздец. Ну вот еще бы боевку сделали, блять, охуенную. Я вообще, пиздец, это была лучшая игра.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave.
Оптимизация на начале была бы охуенная, ну да похуй. Пусть пока что беспокоится. Подожди. Что ты там, блядь, сказал? Я что-то нахуй.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Я понял.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Понятно, блядь. У вас тут еще торгуют, нахуй, скидочку бы сделали.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
Чего, блядь?
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Бля, надо его сожрать, нахуй, мне не нравится. Он еще вампиром прислуживает, падла, блядь. Он меня точно сдаст нахуй. И это нормально.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Подожди. Еще раз.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Ты чё, сука? Я сказал.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized...
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Сука, ты чё, падла, не договариваешь, нахуй?
Yet you don't...
The Brotherhood...
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Кого, блядь, почему?
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Понятно, блядь. Пиздец, нахуй, еще предложение не закончилось, другое начало.
Quite the expert on vampires. What could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings, and the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
Ну поэтому вы и подыхаете всегда, олени тупорылые. И будете подыхать.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
Да, что-то я крыс жал, нихуя опыта не давали.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged. But it will not destroy you.
В какой-то мере, блядь. Так.
I have just a few. Then
Блядь, ты ничего путного нихуя.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Дохуя опыта, дохуя. Можно его ёбнуть, блядь? Очень не хочется. Это есть. Кому-то больно, просит лекарства. Чуть, блядь, в Бэтмена захотелось поиграть. В первого, во второго. Не понял.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Я понял, где ее взять, блядь. создавал, блядь, чего-то. Зачем, чего, непонятно, блядь, дичь какая-то, нахуй. А, это сучка-вампирша.
Hey, Doc.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're...
This place...
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a vamp... The lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
It seems I'm the butt of a joke, or pigeon of a con. Dr. Swansea might have told me who I was going to meet.
I know you're a man of action, Doctor, but take a moment to contemplate the terrain. In this war, discretion is both weapon and shield.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Бля, заебись, блять, вот это рафлян от разработчиков, блять, ей какой-то хуелов, блять, там нахуй шантажирует, что-то она, блять, вампир не может просто ёбнуть его нахуй, что ли, я не понимаю, блять, меня об этом просить, ёб твою, блять, фантазия, да не ебе, ни фени, бля, я просто в ахуе, сука, блять.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
I gather you have found an arrangement satisfying both ethical and corporal concerns.
I was brought up not to snigger at my own jokes, Dr. Reed.
Have any patients given you?
These poor...
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
А чё, типа я съебать не могу? Ну,
Dr.
давай.
Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Кто, сука, эту музыку писал? Точнее, мелодию.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
You are aware that I too know the thirst for the scarlet nectar.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition. Is our little mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
I think of nothing else, my lady.
My situation is delicate, and it occupies all my thoughts. The blackmail must stop. I need assurance.
Меня заставили, блядь, помогать какой-то шмаре, нахуй. Чё, блядь, больше мне нихуя, ёбаный рот, блядь. Ой, бля. Сука, блядь. Ой, бля.
Hey, Doc.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in the hospital?
Blackmail? That's not my style. Too risky. A black market, though. Now that's where the money is.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
There are a lot of secrets round here. I'm not surprised someone tried to make money from them.
What kind of secrets?
I'm not in the gossip business, Dr. Reed. If you want to know more, you better talk to Harriet Jones. She's the eldest patient here.
Goodbye, Milton. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you heard rumors of anything underhand going on here at the hospital?
No, Doctor. Never.
Have you heard rumors of anything underhand going on here at the hospital?
No, Doctor. Never.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
See you again. Respect.
What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans. Oh, so all of them, they can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. The
Пиздец, там
patients
не
and
видно,
staff
что на
might
дворе.
know something. I'll start my investigation with them. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if the nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
What can you tell me? Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
I wish I could be sick again.
Feel disgust on every street.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Have you heard of any blackmailing going on within these walls?
I have no time for mortal games. My secrets are beyond their comprehension, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Feel disgust on every street corner.
No decency. All liars and thieves.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
My blood and soul. They belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor.
I'll leave you, Miss...
Disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr.
Have you heard
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
Goodbye.
I wish I could be sick again. Daily routine. Blood boil with the fever.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Have you heard any talk of blackmail going on in the hospital?
If you're running some official inquiry, you had better question the patients. They know more than the staff, especially old Miss Jones.
Have you heard any talk of blackmail going on in the hospital?
If you're running some official inquiry, you had better question the patients. They know more than the staff, especially old Miss Jones.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Have you heard talk of any blackmail here at the hospital?
No. Nothing.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Have you heard rumors of blackmail going on in this hospital?
Dr. Reed, are you trying to take advantage of me?
Of course not, Mrs. Goswick. I'm just curious.
Well, go be curious somewhere else, please.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail in this hospital?
No.
I have to go now, sir. But...
Good evening, sir.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of...
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard about any blackmail going on in this hospital?
Blackmail? Nonsense.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
And in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
And...
Goodbye.
This is no time for self-pity. It is the last thing I...
Good evening, nurse.
Good...
Have you seen a strange man visiting... Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Dr. Timmons.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
I have no time for such triviality, my dear colleague. We're here to save lives.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Dr. Tippett. Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there, by the sea. Read poetry, and wait for death.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Came here in the first place.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Liars and thieves, every last one of them!
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that...
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
Another night of the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Last warning, sir. Did you hear me?
This is not a place for you, sir. Step away! It's a leech! Kill it!
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Are you deaf? Look at it! I'll take it. Doesn't like burning, does it?
Ебанутая игра, я похилился нахуй.
light a bit of fire.
Мяско.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Go on, off you trot. Die, vermin! Охуенно. Over there! There's one of them vermin! Watch out, lads!
Я ебал разработчиков, короче, в рот, нахуй, конем по нотам. Конченый, блядь, бред. Я нахуй... тупая игра, нахуй. Мне въебали, блядь, огнем, я горю, я подрубаю хилку, нахуй. Хилка не останавливает горение, нахуй. И просто хилка не может перебороть огонь, и я умираю, блядь. Это гениально, нахуй, игра просто, пиздец. Сделана самыми высшими долбоебами, которые могут быть, нахуй. Которые не должны делать игры про вампиров. Атмосфера, да, прикольная. Диалоги все пиздато, боевка хуйня, игра в принципе хуйня. Сейчас она только нахуй играбельна на одной платформе, может быть на двух, блядь. Я так считаю, блядь. Пиздец нахуй. У меня нет ощущения, то, что я играю за вампира, блядь. Вообще ноль нахуй. Игра про вампира в первую очередь должна показывать, что ты играешь за вампира нахуй. Могли бы сделать так, чтобы тебя не могли убить нахуй хотя бы. Даже до этого не додумались нахуй. Противники, блядь. Противники тупо нахуй сделаны для того, чтобы ты их закликивал нахуй. Веровульф нахуй в 100 раз круче, блядь. Тупее игры придумать нельзя, блядь. Инвиз охуенный, блядь. И как, сука, блядь, вниз спуститься, нахуй?
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right.
Lively! It's a...
Да уйди отсюда, ебанутая хуйня, блядь!
There's one of them vermin!
It's locked.
Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir.
All right. What do you want to know?
I have all the information.
Thank you.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals. Or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
cannot enter. It's locked, all right.
Да! Бля, ебанутая игра, ну просто, ну пиздец, швак поганый, блядь. Ну, блядь, это не игра, это швак просто нахуй.
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him. This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Don't want to die here! I want to see the sky! Feel the fresh air!
Паскуда.
Can't breathe! Can't breathe!
Вот эта бита, это тема.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do. sort of creature is this?
Я увернулся. Он подлетел и втащил меня нахуй. Ладно.
What sort of creature is this?
Да ударь, баран! Сука, баран, блядь! Блядь, конченая игра! Заебала эта стамина ебучая нахуй, блядь!
What sort of creature is this?
Пизду нахуй, ебать нахуй, я ебал, блядь, какие долбоебы делали эту игру, блядь, вампир, твою мать, не можешь эту дубиной въебать нормально и быстро, ну, блядь, ну что, блядь, это такое, ну, блядь, у меня горит нахуй, просто пиздец, жопа колоссальная, горит, ну что, сука, за дерьмо делают нахуй, ну что такое выпускать, как, блядь, такое можно вообще выпускать, ну это пиздец просто конченый, нахуй, я проиграл не из-за своей ошибки, я заебался, нахуй. Тупые, блядь, бараны, нахуй. Да возьми ты, блядь, его в таргет, ебаная игра, нахуй. Сука, тупизм ебучий, блядь. Да... Найс, нахуй, я уклонялся, блядь. Я, блядь, ебал рот, у меня стамины, блядь, столько нет, чтобы уворачиваться от этого хуесоса, блядь. Ебаный мудак делал эту игру нахуй. У меня просто стамины нет, блядь, или я буду уворачиваться четко, блядь, и не смогу его ударить нахуй, или я, блядь, буду пизды получать. Да давай уже, ёб ты, хуй ты стоишь, баран ебучий. Ну в таргет твой... Блядь, дебилы, сука, игру делали мне... Сука, бесит эти поганые тупые, блядь, моменты. Босс появляется, блядь, в таргет хуй возьмешь. Давай нахуй, олень ебан, блядь. Фу, олень ебаный, блядь, вот. Сюда нахуй! Охуенная игра. Я сейчас проебал, опять же, из-за ошибки, блядь, мудаков, которые делали эту ебучую игру. Я, блядь, должен был сейчас въебать, я на него пошел, потому что я должен, блядь, кровосисью подрубить, нахуй. А не, он нихуя не вышел, блядь, 2 удара, нахуй. Или 3 удара, все, он должен выйти, я ему въебал 5 раз, нахуй. 5 или 4, нахуй, ему похуй. Тупая игра, блядь. Я не буду следить за его полоской, нахуй.
Sort of a creature is this?
Ой, бля, долбоёбы игру делали. Что это за пиздец, блядь? На, стамины нет, нахуй. Я не понимаю, нахуй вот этот, блядь, удар тупой нужен, который против него, ну, нихуя не работает. Он его вообще, блядь, задевает. Я смотрю, я не понимаю, он его, блядь, задевает или нет. То есть, ну, бля, я в рот ебал такое, нахуй. Разработчики, идите нахуй, блядь. Вот что это такое просто, блядь? Нахуй этот удар нужен, блядь. Как его вызвать около себя, вот этот удар, мне интересно. Ты заебал стоять, баран на пафосе, нахуй. Я немножко изменю правила игры, нахуй. Блять, в таргет возьми его, хуйло тупое, блядь. сами знаете, что с разработчиками за такое делать, нахуй. Я бы их на кол посадил.
What sort of creature is this?
Я ебал тупую игру, нахуй, я дальше, нахуй, он просто подлетает в этот уворот, нахуй, нападает на меня, блядь, и попадает еще при этом, бля. Максимально тупая игра, нахуй.
What sort of creature is this?
Ну, ебаная игра, хуй говорит. Тупая игра, на. А, я умер, да, заебись. Максимально тупая игра, с учетом того, что я и хилку подрубил, и увернуться нахуй успел. Но он меня почему-то поймал. Я знаю то, что я успел. И я могу определить, успел я или не успел, нахуй. Ну ты заебал, баран тупорылый, хули ты стоишь?
What sort of creature is this?
Максимально конская, блядь, игра. Ну, что, блядь, это такое? Что, блядь? Вот я готов просто сидеть нахуй с разработчиком и давать ему пизды за каждый его косяк в игре. Я, сука, мало того, что увернулся, нахуй, он еще и не попал, бля, я еще и похилился. Блядь, конченая игра, нахуй. Босс хуета, нахуй, я не могу его убить, бля, просто потому что я не прокачан, нахуй. Он мне 2000 дает, нахуй, я умираю, заебись. А я сейчас пойду, нахуй, вкачаю 2 раза себя, блядь, пизда ему, нахуй, он мне уже ничего не сделает. Блядь, логика долбоебов, нахуй. О. Тупая игра, нахуй.
What sort of creature is this?
А, у меня стамины нет, понятно. Просто рот ебал нахуй. Пизду надо, блядь, вот это оружие было качать какое-нибудь, нахуй. Бей, уебище, бля. Нахуй, тут ничего говорить не надо, нахуй. Я увернулся, он попал. Мне похуй, что я раньше времени увернулся, он все равно не должен был меня достать, нахуй. А ему похуй мороз. Еще раз проиграю, в пизду я пойду за тортом, нахуй. Поим торта, покурю, тогда буду дальше пиздить, нахуй. Я заметил то, что опыта я нихуя не получаю. А, у этого рахида ебаного опять стамина кончилась. Конченая игра, нахуй. С двух ударов просто нахуй, с полным хп. Уебище тупое. Это, блядь, будет нахуй, правда, с одного удара. Если я пристану с разработчиками, им придется победить меня нахуй на кулаках. Или не на кулаках. Я буду на кулаках, а не на чем угодно нахуй. У них не будет ни шанса, а я по ними поиздеваюсь. Ой. Не хочу я качаться нахуй. У меня не так много опыта, как хотелось бы, блядь. Я могу его убить, не прокачиваясь, но я уже сколько не спал. Хотя похуй. Если заебет, пойду прокачаюсь, приду, унижу нахуй. Блять, насколько конченая игра, нахуй я из-за нее, блять, стакан забыл. Ой, блять. Сука.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Что-то, блядь, не нравится.
What sort of creature is this?
Удар. Да! Блять, собака ебаная, блять. Ну ты, блядь, посмотри на эту хуесосину ебучую, блядь. Бля, я стою на каком расстоянии, нахуй. И нажал хилку и сразу у ворот, нахуй. Похуй. Блять. Какая, блядь.
What sort of creature is this?
Ну ему вообще похуй, он просто берет и попадает, а этот мудак по нему попасть не может. Блядь, да что это такое вообще, блядь? Он, блядь, бьет мимо, ну попадает, блядь. Сука, блядь.
What sort of creature is this?
Заебись, он еще и быстро. И в таргет он хуй возьмется, действительно, блядь. Да, то есть я в упоре в него нихуя не попал, а он в меня на изи попадает, нахуй. Он мне, тварь, еще и атаки сбивает, блядина ебаная. Ну нахуй, в вороты попадает, блядь. А, пизда тебе, я понял твое слабое место, ты ж тупой, нахуй. За Сталиной следишь? Нет, олень, нахуй. А, ну да. Ну тупая игра, блядь, тут бессмысленно что-либо говорить или оспаривать нахуй, то есть конченая тупорылая игра, блядь. Я до этого бил сколько, блядь, и я в жопу чувствовал то, что я сейчас буду так бить, и он мне ёбнет нахуй. Пожалуйста, там... Потому что я уже на подсознательном уровне знаю то, что игра конч ебаная, блядь. Сделанная долбоебами нахуй. И то, что ты изучаешь и понимаешь, это нихуя не работает. Без учета даже изучения нахуй, просто по пониманию.
What sort of creature is this?
Ну, блядь, тупорылая игра, нахуй. Я увернулся, бью, блядь, этот тоже бьет, и он бьет быстрее меня, хотя я увернулся, нахуй, когда у него еще первая атака заканчивалась. Начал бить, блядь, когда он восстановился, и только второй удар у него полетел. Но эта хуета оказалась все равно быстрее меня, нахуй. Заебись просто, блядь. Как мудаки делают игры, я просто не понимаю, нахуй. Ой, баранина ебаная, блядь. Я всегда говорил, хотите сделать максимально эффективного босса, нахуй, надо делать босса, который будет ебашить на похуй, не думая. Тогда его хуй кто победит. Потому что я уклоняюсь, нахуй, ему вообще поебать на это, он в рот это ебал. Он просто берет и попадает, нахуй. То есть, ему поебать. Ему похуй на правила, то есть. Он их в рот ебал. А этот баран ничего сделать не может. Ни рук сломать, нахуй. Вообще, ничего. То есть я сейчас увернулся, нахуй, он по мне попал. Каким, блядь, хуем? Непонятно. Почему это хуй его быстрее меня бьет? Тоже нихуя непонятно. Почему я сейчас не увернулся? Стамины не было. Заебись, меня не ебет. Правда, я сделал 4 удара, а на 5-й я гарантированно могу увернуться. Вот, даже если это не так, меня не ебет, нахуй. Я сильнее этой твари, блядь. Поэтому почему я проебываю этой хуете, нахуй? Нет, чисто физически, если рассматривать, оборотень, он сильнее вампира, и то, что вампир может победить оборотня, это бред ебаный. Вот. Это по фактам, нахуй. Тем более такой вампир, он не победит оборотня, нахуй. Граф Дракула, да, справится, а... Кто ниже его по рангу, не, нихуя. Ну, я говорю, нахуй. Как делать босса, который будет ебать мозг и хуй его убьет. Вот таким, как вот это чмо, нахуй. Которое бьет хуй знает куда, но попадает при этом в тебя. Ну, блядь, я же говорю. Я, блядь, ему за спину уворачиваюсь, он нахуй бьет, попадает, блядь. Бьет мимо и попадает, нахуй. Я ждал тайминга, нахуй, чтобы увернуться, и я нажал его ворот, но однако ему похуй, блядь, он просто подбежал и поймал, нахуй. Почему этот не может ему руку, нахуй, вырвать или сломать ее, нахуй, запихать ему в глотку, блядь, его же собственными когтями вскрыть ее, нахуй, вытащить через лоб, я не понимаю. С учетом того, то, что у него хватает на это сил, и с учетом того, то, что у него мачете есть. Если физически не справиться голыми руками, мачете ебанет, точно отрежет, нахуй. Мозгов не хватает. Тупые бла на игру делали. Надо заниматься вот этой вот хуетой. Вот эта хуета парашная, блядь. Для ебанутых нас. Тебе надо, блядь, противника пиздить, а ты с ним, блядь, это нахуй в танцульке играешь. Ну да, нахуй. Зато у меня он, блядь, хуй попадет. Ты быстрее на 100 хуев сядешь, чем он попадет, нахуй. Точнее, не. На арматурин, блядь. Раскаленно. Я люблю эту, ебать, игру, нахуй. Она пиздец как нравится. Такое охуенное говнище, что пиздец. Тупая игра, нахуй. Я, блядь, бочком к нему стою, он бьет, нахуй, по прямой, попадает по мне. Это видно, нахуй. Ну, тупая игра, ебаный рот. Он сделал ту атаку, при которой он не будет атаковать так, нахуй, но он решил все равно атаковать вот так. Тупая игра, нахуй. Ничего, блядь, скиллозависимого не надо, чтобы победить. Вот, нет, я играю, да, от меня требуется хороший скилл, нахуй, чтобы его отпиздить. Во-первых, не знаю мувсета его, раз. Во-вторых, нихуя не прокачан, два, блядь. И я его отпизжу, нахуй. Без учета привыкания, нахуй. Потом прокачаюсь и буду пиздить всякую шелухонь, нахуй, в этой ебаной игре. Так что меня заебал тупорылый растить, блядь. Баран тупой, нахуй. А, стамина, блядь, кончилась. Ну, действительно. Я за хуесос какого-то игра. Пизду, нахуй, просто забей, нахуй. Бьет мимо, попадает. Коготками, нахуй, плащ задел, убил. Заебись, игра. Увернулся, нахуй, должен бить я. Похуй, он почему-то быстрее. Блядь, тупая игра. Это пиздец просто, нахуй. Дебилизм наивысшего разряда, нахуй. Не, в пизду, я ебал вот это, нахуй, то есть, вот эту хуету, нахуй, я поставлю вот это, блядь. Я так буду и урон наносить, и выбивать его, нахуй. Блядь, конченый в рот. Почему у меня мания туда переключаться, блядь?
What sort of creature is this?
А, ну да. Этот еблан не может ударить второй раз. Пизду, я ебал вот эту паровую игру, нахуй. Я ебал вот это танго, нахуй, подвывной. Как это, блядь, вымораживает просто, блядь. Этот еблан, нахуй, не может въебать какой-то палочкой, нахуй. Бля, просто я не понимаю. Бред, блядь. Я бы не выебывался про это, если бы это был человек, нахуй.
What sort of creature is this?
Ебаная игра просто. Хуже полома я не видел, нахуй.
What sort of creature is this?
Он решил яйца помять, да? А, в ворот нахуй. У него хп как-то не убавляются или ничего. Ебанутая игра, у меня нахуй стамина кончилась, я уже не могу действовать. Я не понял, нахуй, почему этого уебища нахуй хп, блять, восстанавливается. Или потому что он меня схватил, из-за этого оно восстановилось. Ну, блядь, что-то пиздец как-то слишком. Ну, хотя, блядь, в принципе, если есть бандитов кровь пью, мне за это опыт не начисляются. Тоже бред, нахуй. А из простых, если, ну, людей будешь пить, нахуй, то пиздец. Ну, ебанутая игра, что мог сказать. Какая нахуй разница, из кого кровь пить, блядь? Тупая игра, нахуй. пизду нахуй, в ворот. Стамина не могла кончиться. Нахуй, пизда. Я к этому боссу потом приду, пизду. Я не буду себе нахуй нервы поднимать вот этой хуйтой какой-то бомжатской нахуй. Я его уже убил, считай. А хули там уже вторая шавка делает.
Over there! There's one of them! It's one of them!
It's locked.
When I get back, I'll have a word with Tom. He's really pissed me off this time. Hey, Doc.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox. It's locked, all right. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Over there! There's one of them vermin! Doesn't like burning, does it? The leech has teeth! He's mine! He's done for! It ain't human! Shit, that leech!
Мясо.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top!
Да... Чё за ебанутая хуйня? Я когти подрубал, блядь. 2 раза я пытался подрубить когти и получил пизды. Куда идти нахуй к этому ебаному оборотню?
Ain't safe here, but there's one of them! Watch it!
Нахуй, тупорылая игра. Я жму когти нахуй, похуй просто. Охуенно, я не понимаю, куда идти нахуй.
I have this thirst for blood.
Look lively! It's on to us! That's what you do. It's on it! It's on it!
О, нашел куда идти.
He's mine! Oh! Get their weapons ready! Oh, Christ! I'm still alive.
What sort of creature is this? Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
Пойду за сигаретами схожу, а ты изучай, блядь. Ебать, если бы я на релизе в эту игру начал играть, ебать, я бы такие гайды по ней делал, это пиздец. Для про-скиллов, нахуй. Или как побеждать на изи на среднем уровне сложности. И на максимальном как не особо посасывать. Ну, увы. Да, вот этим мне игра нравится, то что она, сука, на паузу ставится автоматически. Это прикольно, блядь. А во всем остальном, ой, блядь, аж чуть-чуть. Так, сейчас.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Мне вопрос, а почему я не регенерирую?
This is despicable.
Охуенная игра.
city is more peaceful without the bombs, but no less dangerous.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes, this neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during the shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days, without ever knowing if we'd be found.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. The terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
Yeah, I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Why did you run?
What? Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Why did you...
Newton wanted me...
Why did you...
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctor said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself. Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself. Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe, for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been
Ему
through
убедить?
it, you can talk him round.
Понятно, блядь.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
They started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. I couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer. A shell hit our trench and we were buried for a week.
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see. Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
Oswald seemed far more traumatized than you by the event.
It wasn't the first time it happened to me. Surviving it again gave me strength. You believe that?
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, never thought I'd love a man.
I won't say a word, Mr. Blight. Your secret is safe with me.
I fought for my country and I survived. I saw my comrades die. And now society tells me I'm a criminal for who I love. It makes me so angry.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
This city is more peaceful without the bombs, but no less dangerous.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Newton is conflicted about his feelings towards you. Would you like to talk about it, Oswald?
It makes me sad and angry. It feels like the beautiful thing we have is somehow tainted. It hurts to see him so lost.
His love for you is genuine. I'm certain he wasn't lying to me when he expressed his feelings for you.
Newton still has to accept it, knowing he'll be seen as a queer, a fairy, less than a man in those simple-minded bigots' eyes. Though he's more of a man than they'll ever be, so fuck them all.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself. Hello again, Mr. Blight.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. You doing your rounds as usual?
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself. Hello again, Mr. Blight.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. You doing your rounds as usual?
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
Jesus, I've never seen so many people dying at the same time.
А почему за него 3000 дают? Вот это вопрос, блядь. Странно, но... Ой, да ладно.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that cabinet fellow.
А на этом все.